Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I just ran upstairs. So if I sound out of breath, it's because I was trying to beat that famous logo animation. Because someone dropped their safety glasses on the floor the other day. And they're dirty. Anyways, let's see here. Who do we have in the chat? We have Everything is Broken Garage. Kibbs with Retro. Hey, Kibbs. Hi, Ryan. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. Hello. We have Eric's Edge. Hi, Eric. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. We have Adam McGee. Hi, Adam. And we have I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. For those of you that think I'm early, it's actually because when I announced the live stream at, I think when I first posted the live stream announcements, I forgot. I had posted earlier in the month, this live stream started at 8:30. So at some point, I really quickly corrected myself and, yep, I started it at 8:35 just to see if you could actually start them on the 5s, which apparently you can. You just have to manually type in the starting time. Oh, SadMac356, hello! And actually, to start us off here, I do have my coffee goal. The coffee goal will help me make sure that that right there is ready for streaming, because at the moment it is not. It does need a few pieces, but largely intact. Kind of partly the growing pains of going from a DDR3 based system to a DDR4 based system. I can't just like yoink out all the RAM out of the old system and put it in the new system. Also, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications on all the other cool YouTube stuff. And I do not have any scheduled live streams for next week. I will resume my schedule the following week. And actually, I am glad Jesse is in the chat. After double checking that I did cover the important thing to cover, Jesse might recognize this box. So, Jesse, I guess sometime over the weekend, or I think it was during my live stream last Thursday, mentioned something in the chat about, I'm testing it now. If it works out, I have a surprise for you. So, or it might have been during Dave's live stream on Sunday. I don't know when he mentioned it. It was during a stream. Anyways, he put it in the mail, and luckily it arrived. Yeah, Gut Bomb says you should be saving up for that Subaru WRX. Well, well, I do know in my car one of the speakers is not working, so I guess that's the the signs that maybe I do need to get a WRX before all the speakers stop working. At first I thought my hearing was changing, and then I realized, no, it's not my hearing changing. It's that my car has changed which frequencies I can hear because one of the speakers is not working. So anyways, Jesse sent me this kind note here. This has never seen eBay. In theory, you shouldn't later regret this. It has probably been with me for all of my adult life. Enjoy. And it's a GW scan screenshot showing that this is indeed, a Western Digital Caviar hard drive. I bet that is in working order. Indeed. All right. It is a Caviar 31600 hard drive. I will have to try this out just to make sure it, I don't realize it's the postal service that's the problem, but I know this will work because I didn't buy it on eBay. Because after all, Kim says, just put a piezoelectric buzzer in it. Jesse says, I'm low tech, as I typed this on my free iPhone 14 Pro. Well, yeah, if I got to pick a free phone, I'd pick the iPhone 14 Pro too. I mean, you're going to pay for the free phone anyways in the subscription, so might as well get a nice free phone. Adam, of course, saying the slow noisy garbage. Yeah, but it's that vintage want to know it again, or I'm crazy. I probably am crazy. Oh, we got Sorcerer Stan and Jeremy of Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hello. All right. This was an unboxing I just did for those of you just joining. So when this one, got Bob's asking, so when this one doesn't work, you'll use a compact flash, right? Well, let's see here. Let's see what I threw in the box of stuff that needed to come downstairs. Well, for anyone wondering, okay, so Got Bomb, does that answer your question? Although, technically, there we go. I have all these wonderful compact flash cards to choose from. I mean, I can at least tell you that they did format once on modern Windows. And I got a card reader. So, yay. So, yes. I have compact flash cards to... Because actually what I'm going to do for my recreation of my first vintage computer, I'm going to set it up the way I would have set it up back in the day. And then I'm going to get an IDE to USB adapter, create an image of it, and then I'll put it on a 2 gigabyte compact flash card. So at least I have a solid state image. Got Bomb says, I hope you did not purchase these on eBay. Well, I did, so. What you don't see in my small collection that I keep down here on the at the ready for when I'm working on computers, I realize I need one of these, are all the ones I've had to return because they don't format. In fact, I've got one on my desk right now that won't format, so now it's going to have to... Well, that seller did not say as is untested. They did list it no returns, but they did not say as is untested. They said it was good. It will not format. Unfortunately, that means they're going to see a return request because it's defective. But moving along. All right. So thank you again, Jesse. I will put this drive in a very safe space. Oh, hey, Kevin Moonlight. Yeah, welcome. All right. So I'm going to go put this on one of my shelves back here because that's where stuff goes to be safe. And if anyone's wondering where the Macintosh 2 CI is, it actually is now on one of those shelves. I moved it from the shelf that was to my immediately left, being a constant source of, I wish it worked. And now it's on an actual shelf where it'll get queued for work at some point. But yeah, because if you didn't see my live stream Tuesday, I got the 2CI board working. Other than the headphone jack, but I've ordered a fix for that. All right, so let me put this hard drive in a safe spot. Let me go grab the Coco 2. We're going to start off with that. All right. So, the Coco 2 is basically in the same exact condition as we left off with it last time, which actually got me a mention on the Coco Nation podcast this weekend, or this past weekend. So I fixed the yellow bar, but I was lamenting that the composite mod I had bought on eBay was rather cruddy, so don't mind the fact that I just basically stacked things up to put it on the shelf. Hopefully, by the time I'm done with this tonight, it will actually be completely back together and working. So, where we left off with this brave hero was, yeah, I tested it with the world's flimsiest composite mod that doesn't hook onto things very well. Lamenting, yeah. Francois says I was supposed to do paperwork tonight, prepare for the radio show for tomorrow. Actually spent 3 hours digging datasheet of voltage supervisors to replace one for old Max. So, yep. So anyways, I was lamenting, oh, you know, this composite mod's awful. I don't want to put it together until I have something good. Well, anyways, I had reached out to AC's 8-bit zone about one of his composite mods. And I don't know if I'd already ordered it by no, actually, I think I paid him for it on Friday. Because he'd gotten back to me, and I paid him Friday. Anyways, he asked me, I'm actually building some now. Would you mind if I sent you a fully assembled one? I said, sure, go for it. I don't mind. Because it'd mean I'll get to install this quicker. So anyways, I now have one of his MDP composite boards. This actually will go in place of the RF modulator, which means I will be able to get rid of all of the flimsy clip leads, because this will actually solder in place. And I won't have to drill any holes because the jack and switch will basically line up with the RF out and the channel select switch. So the switch here it's a mono color switch. So anyways, you can if you're displaying something in monochrome, you can turn it down to mono and it'll kill the color burst. So you'll get a nice crisp picture. But if you're using color, you put it up on color mode and you'll get the composite signal. And I believe this already has a mod on it that he told me about that improves the signal quality in mono mode, but I'll double check my email real quick. Anyways, yeah. So I'm going to install this mod and I'll be able to put this thing back together. So let me remove this mod. Oh, I believe this is actually a reproduction of a composite mod that Tandy made, if I remember his video correctly. So this is a recreation of a composite mod that some other company did. I suspect back in the day that maybe they had better wires or more of a tolerance for noise in the picture. I don't know which. Maybe they, yeah, hey, we've got a computer. Or maybe TV channels. It was just kind of, they didn't, well, cable wasn't maybe as big of a thing. I don't know. Hey, Joe, welcome. Joe, the good news is I have your Tandy upstairs now, so just as soon as I get to wrap it up so I can put it in a box and weigh it, I will let you know what the total is. All right. And now, hopefully, once I get this, this should be the last time I'll have to pull this board out. Yes. Oh, and if anyone's wondering, the Tandy 1400 that I had on my live stream, the first one, the one that turns out belonged to a family member of Joe's family. That's the one that I'm selling to Joe. So it will live on at the museum, and I think that is the appropriate place for that computer to be at. So, but then I've got the one that I get to work on and have lots of fun with too. So that's just a matter of actually getting it weighed so I can tell Joe how much shipping is going to be. I should be able to do that tomorrow, Joe. I've got even though I got a pack to go to the beach tomorrow, I should have time to box that up in the morning so I can weigh it and still have time to get it to UPS. Because actually, I'd like to get it out of the house before going to the beach. Because that's one less thing I can potentially knock over. All right, so let me first turn on the soldering and desoldering doodads here. I have a smart switch that they're plugged into. Next, while I wait for Claris to warm up, I'm going to find the email from AC. Okay. So he did send me a picture just to let me know that this is the orientation that goes in on the board. So I guess if you've seen the Coco 2 and know which side of the board the RF modulator's on in it, this board will be pointing in the opposite direction. So not a big deal. And also, let me see here. Solder new wire. Let's see. Cut a bit of the trace that's circled. Solder a wire. Oh. And yes, I just confirmed he did the mod to improve monochrome mode. So, excellent. So, basically, all I need to do is remove the RF modulator and put the mod in its place, and I should be good to go. Yes, I did start on time today. And that's not even and that's even taking into account that I had initially announced the wrong starting stream time. So I still started on time even without doing the oh well I'd meant to start it. Yeah. Anyways, oh hey Martin, Mac, welcome. So all right. There we go. Claris is all ready to go. Claris melted some plastic of something. Oh, what did Claris melt? Oh. Oh, well, that's lovely. All right, well, now I have the wonderful, tasty scent of melted plastic because there is melted plastic on the desoldering gun. Lovely. Let me see if I can't kind of encourage that to come off of it by using a metal non-flammable implement. Although I think basically that plastic is now charcoal. There we go. Word to the wise, the top of a desoldering station is not a really good place to set things. Especially Dallas real-time clock modded battery holders. Okay, at least I got that in time. Oh, hey, Garth. And yes, for those of you that saw my live stream Tuesday, the 2CI board I was working on was the one that Garth sent me, so it lives again. I just have to fix the headphone jack. Wow, it was 95 there today. Whew. Alright, there's that. I'm gonna clean that up with a little wick. Fortunately, I had ordered... Oh, it would help if I turned my soldering iron on. Yeah! So I won't spoil what the problem was, but... Well, I think I managed to order a replacement headphone jack. It's pulled from another board. I'll spoil that. The switch in the headphone jack is jacked. But yeah, what the problem with the board was, I'll leave you to watching the live stream. Maybe if someone bugs me about it, I'll put some bookmarks to kind of help make getting to the tasty parts a little easier. I mean, I did last night. I did come downstairs and I put some UV solder mask on a few spots I'd missed on the board. So but anyways, I put the CI. It's over on my shelf of projects in process. So I decided that it didn't have to live in shame on the shelf to my immediate left, since it chimes and has video and yes, for anyone wondering, there was an actual problem with it. So it was not simply all I had to do was reinstall the caps. There was a problem with the board. So if you saw I guess for those of you that saw my stream on Thursday, I guess last Thursday, where I recapped it and fixed a couple traces, there still was a problem with the board. So if you watch the Tuesday's live stream, there is something there. Oh, I'm working on the Coco 2. I've got a composite mod for it. So I'm going to install the composite mod so I can finally put it completely back together. And then I'll pull another system out to see what I can do about it. I hadn't planned on working on this so soon again, but then again, I did not realize where AC was in the world, so I didn't expect to get the composite mod so soon. So yeah, the composite mod arrived way quicker than I expected, so I did the, well, I think I'll just I'll do another finished projects live stream, because, oh, yay! Woo! Thank you, Martin Mack. So, yep. So get this composite mod installed, and then now, will this have amazing video quality? No. For that, I would have had to have gotten a mod that I would have had to have drilled holes. But for the composite mods, I think I'll be happy with the video quality. I mean, composite video is always going to have its charms, as I'll put it. It is going... I mean, it will give the video an authentic retro look. Except for the extra static RF would have added, but I didn't want to drill holes in the case, so I decided the composite mod that AC did was the best option for not drilling holes. Maybe someday there'll be a better mod that can somehow pass like an HDMI cable out of the RF. That would be actually, I don't even think micro HDMI would fit. So, yeah. Now, if I happen to come across another Coco, I may make one that's more of a, especially if I get one that's got like a case that's less than optimal, then I may get one to actually put like a digital mod in. But this one's case is pretty good, so I didn't want to drill holes in it. I wanted to test it was working, yeah. All right. All right. I guess the one thing about the composite mod is it's held in with a lot of solder, so... Oh, yeah. Garth's almost done with his 9500. Cool. I know you've been working on that a while. If you're Martin, if you're asking about the plastics on my Coco 2, I mean, I'll probably... Actually, you know, they actually look good enough. I probably won't bother retrobreading them. But they're in decent shape. I mean, I'm sure they've yellowed some, but they actually look pretty good, and there's no broken pieces that I can tell, so that's why I didn't want to drill any holes in it. If I had one that maybe had some cracked plastic or was like really yellowed, then maybe that one would be one I wouldn't mind carefully drilling some holes in for a digital video out mod. So. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and I guess Garth's, if you were asking about Garth's 9500, yeah, he says the plastics weren't too bad on his. Which actually for a 9500's kind of a difficult thing. Gut Bomb says, Garth, when you get it back together, you have to encase it in lucite to prevent further crumbling. Yeah, good one, Gut Bomb. Yeah, Garth says, It's going on a shelf, never to be touched or even looked at again. Don't look at it. Gutbomb says, ha, I'm looking at it. Which Garth's like, okay, where's the hidden camera? Where's that box Gutbomb sent me last? I need to look and see what he actually sent me. All right, let me see. Nope, not quite. There is a... I mean, the RF modulator is held in with a lot of solder. I'm just trying to get it all because I don't want to... Trying not to damage the board too badly. Because I got that one. And I think I got the little blob of solder that was on this one that was kind of holding the metal tab. I think that one's good to bend. And is this one? I think I still have another. Let's see if I can. There we go. Bend it up a little bit so I can get the soldering iron down under the... All right, almost got this one. Hey, Thomas. Just, you joined in time for me to almost have this old RF modulator desoldered, I think. So I can put the composite mod in. All right, so I guess if you have a Coco, I think this mod is available for the... Well, I know it'll work for the Coco 2, and AC has composite mods that are also... So he's got this mod like I bought for the vertical RF modulator, but he does also have one that fits the footprint of the horizontal RF modulator of the Coco 2. I think it might also fit the Coco 1, but I'm not sure. Anyways, I probably forgot to link to the video where he showed it on his channel, so I'll add a link to the description or a pinned comment when I get a chance. There we go. I got the RF modulator out. So it should just be a simple matter of putting the board in. Putting the board in the pre-existing holes. And then I think that should mean these ground wires are going to line up the ground pads. Because he did remind me to make sure the grounds are soldered. And then we'll get this soldered into place. Oh yeah, I guess maybe I could have tried the solder sucker. I didn't think of that. Oh, I think one of these vias is nope. Oh, I think it's just a matter of... No, actually, I think one of them... I think I do need to... All right, if in doubt... Oh, I bet this is the one that had solder on it still. There we go. Because I saw solder melt when I put it on that last pad. All right. Now I bet it's just going to go right in. There we go. There we go. Whoop. All right, so the one solder, that one ground wire is in the correct place. This ground wire, there we go. There's a ground there. And the ground here. All right. Let me, yeah, this board completely replaces the RF modulator. Just like that. So let me prop the board up. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack it in. And then I'm going to like just set it in the case and make sure it lines up nice. And then I'll solder the rest of the pins. I'll just get the two, there we go. All right, so it's tacked in. Oh, thanks, Garth. All right, yeah, we'll see you later, Garth. All right, so I'm just basically going to I don't need to reassemble it completely. I just want to set the, let me zoom out so you can see what I'm going to do. I just want to set the board in place where it will screw in. I'm just going to make sure it's lined up with the screw holes. All right, kind of feels like it is there. And then I'm going to just set the top case on. Actually, now I know where the metal clip that I found goes to. And I just want to make sure that it lines up. So let me stick the power cord through where it goes. Oh, actually, now I see I don't need to put it on any further than this. There is plenty of room. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's lined up pretty good. So, yeah, when it goes back together... Yeah, okay. Yep. That works good. You can very easily get to the jack, and the switch is in the up position, so... Yeah, alright. So, yep, that works. If I solder it in, then alignment will be good. Alright. I wasn't sure exactly how much wiggle room there would be, but there's enough. Plenty of room around the jack. I think that's the important one. And I mean, you can still switch the switch. So, All right. Excellent. All right, let me get the remaining. So the one thing about this composite mod, and I'll show you when I get it soldered, the RF modulator actually contains one of the ICs. It's the IC that I think does one of the video conversions. So this composite mod actually has that video chip on it. So that's how the composite mod can work without the RF modulator, because that chip is required for the composite video signal to be generated. Because it's got to take it takes whatever signal the video chip on the Coco 2 is generating, and I think that chip is actually responsible for the actual composite signal as I understand it. All right. Okay. I think that looks good. I got the 2 ground wires attached. I mean, okay. So this one here, I think I'm going to try to maybe push it just a little bit further over so there's a little more contact. Okay, I think it's fine actually. Okay, there we go. We're good. There we go. So there we go. It's the composite mod. So here's the original RF modulator. Don't mind the green wire that I've tacked onto it for the previous composite mod. That was just because I couldn't get the clip lead around the resistor there to the right of the MC1372P chip. But that's the RF modulator from the Coco 2. So here's the composite mod, and you'll note there's an MC1372P chip on it. Hello, Apples Anonymous. Welcome. All right, so there we go. It is a Color Computer 2. I've got the yellow bar fix, which was, I replaced the 555 timer was not the cause. There, as far as I can tell. I replaced there's 1,000 picofarad capacitor. I think I've reduced it to an 820 picofarad. And then I replaced the transistor and the diode. Because the capacitor alone didn't fix it. I just used a cheap one, so I wanted to use a better one. I don't think putting the better capacitor in fixed the problem, because the cheap one was still a small enough value. My fume extractor's off camera. And behind something. I should have probably used it, but I didn't. But yeah, it's the diode and the transistor. If I do any more soldering, I'll pull it out. I got a power supply in the way that I gotta move. And anyways, and then I also have the Hitachi 63C09 to replace the original 6809 Motorola. So this was thanks to Retro Innovations for selling me one. It's something that they They usually don't sell them on their website because it's like a small part that I think, as Sloopy told me, it's like something that's hard to sell in volume on the website because it's a small part and whatnot. So usually they sell them, if they have any, they'll sell them at like events they're going to. So it'd be one of the things you might find at their merch table. But Sloopy was kind enough to hook me up with one. So, because he knew I was having trouble getting one. Partly because I accidentally ordered a Hitachi 6809. Because Hitachi also made 6809s. I believe they were second source for Motorola for 6809s. So I had bought a 6809, embarrassingly enough, and luckily Sloopy was able to hook me up with one of the real what I actually was trying to order. All right, so this metal clip that I was wondering what it went to, it goes on the cartridge slot here. All right, let's put this back together. All right, so got the wires from the transformer in, and they're kind of tucked down there. Oh, all right, let me route the AC cord out the back because it goes around that post there. All right, that's good. Oh, I forgot to put the RF shield back on. Okay, well, I think I can just slip this under. No, I'll probably have to disconnect these. All right. Oh, yeah, Scarlett's saying try it first. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right. So, how am I going to plug this in? All right. So I ordered a cable, but I'm not going to open the cable because if for some reason this just really didn't work out, I can return the cable. Or if I realize that no, that cable would be too impractical. I was just, and of course, I knocked over isopropyl alcohol that I forgot was sitting on my workbench. Alright, please hold while I wipe up the mess that I didn't even realize I was going to make. I'm pretty sure that if someone were designing a Justin Livestream bingo card that knocks over isopropyl alcohol, would have to be one of the squares on it. Because I seem to do that every single stream. Waits for someone to yell bingo in the chat, because there already is one. Oh, wait, I started on time. Oh, I denied you all that square. Okay, that probably means y'all haven't hit bingo yet. Martin Max says can be arranged. Actually, if you all made a bingo card of my live streams, it'd probably, instead of free space in the middle, that'd probably be where you put the he's late. No, wait, that's not how that works. Okay, let me move these speakers that are in the way, but let me not move them too far because who knows, I might need them later. Except I have no really good place to set them that's close by. All right, far away it is. Oh, cool. All right. I am trying to find the composite cable that is somewhere on my workbench. There, I think I just saw it. This is it's a composite mod. The HDMI mods require you to drill holes, so it's a composite mod. All right, so I've got video plugged in. I believe that is that input, and oh, let me plug the Coco into power, which means, oh, I didn't realize I had my board curing UV light plugged in still. Okay. Oh. Okay, we'll just go for the DOS screen right now. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Hold on. Is that the right cable? That is the right cable. Is that the right input? Okay. Do I have it plugged in right? Oh, I had it plugged into the wrong side of the cable. There we go. Oh, actually that actually looks pretty clear. Oh, I think that's actually a oh, another square forgets hat. Yeah. Oh, wow. That actually looks pretty good compared to the super super noisy composite mod with the clip leads. That actually looks pretty good. All right, well, I guess let me plug the keyboard in. I was kind of just to make sure I at least start a game that'll go into high res color mode. That way I can at least make sure that the yellow bar is still fixed. I'm going to check. I didn't plug the keyboard in. Should be fixed. It is still fixed. There we go. No yellow bar. And the screen is, I mean, so you can see, you can see some lines running through the screen. It's a composite mod. I think composite mods are going to do that. But that actually looks really nice. Oh, hey, Apple's Anonymous. Yeah. Okay, for a composite mod, I'm happy. I like this. It's that is about as clear as I'm going to get a signal, short of doing an HDMI mod. But at the moment, there's no HDMI mods that don't require you to drill holes. Now, if someone out there could find an HDMI mod that could somehow pass an HDMI port through this hole, I mean, it would. Okay, it'd probably have to be a micro HDMI, which everyone hates. But if someone could make a mod that would pass through that hole, then I'll do it. I'll put an HDMI mod in here. I just don't want to drill any holes in the case because for I guess Martin Mack was asking what the case looks like. So here's, I mean, there's some dirt on it I need to clean off. It is a little more yellow in person than it looks on cam, or at least it looks on my monitor. But yeah, a mini HDMI would fit. Yep. Yeah, this is as good as I could really hope for. So it looks great. Yeah, the case looks great. I'm trying to find a color sample here to compare it to. Hold on. I got a can of spray paint recently for my first computer rebuild. Let me go grab that can of spray paint, and that way at least you can have a color reference. No, I'm not going to spray paint the computer. Okay. Apparently I did something funny with the color of. So I bought a color of satin ivory. It's quite possible that can of paint is upstairs. So, anyways, for reference, this is Rust-Oleum's Ivory Silk, which I believe is a more yellow color. So this matches a different thing I was trying to paint, and it's quite possible what I was trying to match is a yellowed color. So there's if you happen to have a can of satin ivory silk paint, this is slightly yellower and maybe a touch pink too, but yellower than this. So there you go. I can't find the can of ivory paint that I bought because I set it somewhere weird. Actually, if I had to guess, it's probably still in my garage. Let me take one last look. I sure thought maybe I did leave it in my garage. I do funny things like that sometimes. Anyways, well, okay, so you got a color reference. And that's why I'm not going to bother retrobriting this case. It looks good enough. I'm just going to leave it as it is. So yeah. If I do find that can of ivory spray paint, I'll pull this out and show you the two. The ivory spray paint's a good match for like generic beige PC, because the case I got for my first PC rebuild, I need to repaint the top for it. So yeah, I'm not going to forget the shield. So all right, let me put this back together properly. So I'll put a link in the description when I remember to. If I don't know if Jeremy happens to have a link handy for AC's video on the composite mod, because actually Jeremy's the one that told me about AC's at 8-bit zone, I believe. I believe the video I'm thinking of is, well, actually, if you link to either one of the videos where he shows off his Coco 2 composite mods, I think either works. So if you have a Coco 2 and you're interested in getting a mod like this for yours, then you can, if you watch AC's video, that his email address is in the video, and that's how you'd reach out to him to order one. And you can let him know I sent you his way. So, yep. Thank you, Jeremy. I figured you'd be able to. Yep. So there you go. Email AC and let him know you got a Coco and you want a composite mod. But, I mean, if you've got a Coco and you don't mind drilling holes and you want a HDMI mod or one of the mods that has a better digital picture, I fully get that. We all have our various levels of comfort when it comes to modding vintage computers, and for this one, I didn't really want to drill holes. Now, the one thing I am going to have to do, because the RF modulator is a bit shorter, is I think I am going to have to trim this RF shield. And seeing as I am likely to never put the original RF modulator in again, I don't know why I would do something that silly. I'm going to take a pair of scissors and I'm going to actually physically trim it. Because it's not going to fit otherwise. Or actually, you know what I could do? Or maybe I can, hold on. Maybe I don't need to actually cut it. Maybe I can... Maybe I can fold? Oh, okay, maybe I don't actually need to cut the shield. Maybe I can get it bent into a shape that will work with the... Oh. And actually, oh, there we go. That'll work. There we go. I'll just bend it and I'll put a little bit of Captain tape to keep it from bending back and potentially shorting anything on the RF modulator or the composite mod. So I guess if I did ever want to put this back to its original condition for some strange reason, I don't know, maybe Coco 2s with RF modulators become worth $1 bazillion in the future, or this is like the last one left, or someone tells me it belongs in a museum and they want RF, all silly reasons. I mean, I would hope that maybe they would also be just as happy with a nice composite mod that was done in good taste. But I guess in the event I did need to put the original RF modulator back in, then I can. All right, this is just to maybe keep this. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Gut Bomb says just go all Adrian on the RF shield and just throw it out. That. Well, I mean, I was actually thinking, I had to have to say I was tempted to do that, but then I also had the thought of maybe the video quality would be better if I put it back on. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to put it back on. It'll just burn a little bit of stream time to get all these silly clips back on it. I mean, it is... I don't know exactly where all the clips went on, but I think I have them in approximate locations that make sense. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, I like my machines more or less authentic. As authentic as I can keep them, but yet they are usable. So you will note, I am not opposed to doing a tasteful GoTech mod on a computer, because mechanical floppy drives fail, and magnetic media fails, and floppy disks are getting harder to find. And in fact, I have machines where the floppy drives have failed, and I just was like, okay, I'll do a tasteful GoTech mod. Because it's better to at least be able to use the machine than not. I can always put a floppy drive back in it. That's kind of also why I don't usually like to drill holes. The one thing about the GoTech mods I've done, I can undo them. I could, and go, if I wanted to go find a floppy drive that matched the original and replace the original floppy drive, I can reverse it. So, yeah, I know. It was there for regulatory reasons. Now, one thing I am going to do, and it probably will annoy me when I inevitably forget at some point. So, this is the original 6809 processor. There's nothing wrong with it. It was simply replaced because the Hitachi processor runs cooler, and cooler temperatures is always a good thing for vintage computers. So what I am going to do, just so that I have it, again, this is... Now, you're probably thinking, well, put the RF modulator in here too. No, I'm not that silly. But I thought I would at least put the original processor in here and put a little Captain tape to hold it down. And in fact, actually, I think I'll put it under the motherboard because I think there's a bit more space under the motherboard. You won't be able to see the Captain tape with the case on, but yeah, it'll cause slight rattling when you pick it up, but there's nothing conductive, and there, I won't lose it. There we go. Yeah, I replaced the 6809 with the 6309. So that's the original 6809. That's all that was. I've got other 6809s if I need one for another system. I figured that I would stash away that one for if I ever need it in the future. Then I've got it. And I think I put these metal... Did I put those metal clips on backwards? Huh. Yeah, next person that goes to open it, or me, yeah, I'll be like, what in the world? What was I thinking 10 years ago when I put these down there? Oh, you know, I think that maybe these actually went this way for some weird reason. I don't know which way they went. Ah, I have the world's only dual CPU cooker too. Yeah, that's funny. All right. There's the... All right. Got the keyboard connector back in. All right. So let me see if I can't find the bag that I put all the screws in. Must be right here. Now the fun part is that I get to remember which screw is which. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I've got 9 screws, and they're all the same length. I must have another bag of screws somewhere. Or not. Or maybe not. All right, so... All right, so there's 2 screws here, and there's a screw here. And 1, 2. What? It's on right? No, I don't think I've got the keyboard on right. Oh, okay. Hold on. I've had the keyboard off for so long. Okay, now I know why these clips actually did go the way I originally put them, because the keyboard sits on top of them. Okay. Because I've been putting the keyboard on in the wrong spot. Which, since I was just testing it on the bench, wasn't a big deal. But now that I'm trying to put it back in the case, it is a big deal. But I need to... Okay, so I've got another bag of screws somewhere. Because it seems as if there should be a... Or maybe not. Maybe that is... Oh, maybe those are long screws. Maybe they're all long screws. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe here's the thing. Okay. So there are 3 that have a really shallow thread pitch. I think that's these 3. Well, I thought, okay. All right, so there's 1. All right, so that definitely goes there. So you'll see I'm turning them backwards until they kind of snap into the threads. Let me loosen this because I think that's... There we go. There's 1, 2, and... 3. All right. One, 2, and 3. All right. Now, the keyboard goes in, and it goes here. So that lines up there. That lines up there. It gives a whole lot more room for the ribbon cable. And these metal clips here are for the keyboard to rest on. And actually, I think now that I look at it, I think this clip actually... Oh, I gotta unscrew it. Okay, hold please. I removed I know this clip was here when I removed it, but I think it's supposed to go over on this side. I think someone had this open before. Well, Ryan, you missed me putting in the composite mod, and I tested the composite mod works. The yellow bar is still gone, and now you're seeing me try to remember where all the little bits and bobs go. I think someone had this apart before I did and put a few of these things in the wrong place. I'm pretty sure that now that I tried to put this back together, this clip goes over here. On that side. Like that. That makes more sense. Yeah, I need to find a better way of organizing screws. That's for sure. It also helps when I can get projects back together quicker. Either a better way to organize screws or more toolless retro computer projects. Or nearly toolless. Some of the Macs are nice to work on because while they're not tool free, there's like relatively few screws compared to other computers. Like, how many screws does it take to take apart an LC? Well, unless you want to remove the drives from drive carriers. It can be 0. Or 1 if no one's opened it before and it still has the silly screw holding the top on. But most of the time, that silly screw holding the top on, if it's been opened, the screw was like tossed to the side. There we go. I think that's about right there. So I've got one of the clips on this side and one of the clips on this side of the keyboard because I think that's kind of designed to kind of give a little bit of stability to the keyboard. And if I'm wrong there, well, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. It makes more sense to have those clips where I put them than I think where I found them in the first place. All right. Oh, maybe this case just goes back together. I was thinking this case had a few clips. Whoop. All right. Hold please while I try to figure out what I'm binding on. Oh, there we go. It's just a matter of dropping it down right. All right. There we go. Here's the reset button, the composite mod, all the ports, the power button. Everything looks like when I turn it over and put it back together, it will hopefully stay. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I've got 8 screws here. 2, 4. I have 6 screws. Okay. 6 screws. All right. So that means, and are any of them shorter than the others? No. All right. 1. Oh, let me zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. 1. 2. All right. And then 3. Oh, that's right. don't have very far to go in. 4. And then 2 in the back. Oh! Francois just went to go looking for his LC3 screw. Yep. Actually, I've got an LC upstairs. And it actually has the screw in the case. All right, there we go. It is back together. There we go. And now I guess let's make sure it still works. So we'll plug in the composite mod. Plug in the Coco SDC. And turn it on. Oh, and I'm in monochrome. There we go. Hey, there we go. Monochrome. Color. Monochrome. Color. Oh, now that's back together, it actually is easy to flip the switch. It actually sticks out just a little bit. So you probably don't actually need to use anything. So it sticks out just a little bit. I accidentally flipped it while putting the case back together. But anyways, so we'll load the game one last time. Make sure that everything... Oh, we'll see you later, Martin Mac. All right. We have a working candy color computer. Okay. I guess the one other thing, you're like, okay, we haven't heard the sound. Let me see if I can find a cable real quick to plug in sound. That's the challenge. All right. Oh, I guess I can probably turn that off before I forget about it and completely oxidize what little of a tip I have left on it. All right. Okay. Oh, I put the Coco back together, and now I'm going to plug a cable into an audio capture device, and we'll see if we have sound. All right. Let's see here. Input. Is that it? Oh, wow. This should have multi-voice little music bits between scenes. Well, I do seem to be seeing audio, but I don't have a pair of headphones to plug in to hear what you're hearing. But do you hear music that hopefully is not completely blowing out your eardrums? I think that's audio coming from the game. Audio is much louder than me. Oh. Oh, I've been pretty quiet tonight. I bet interesting. You know, you're right. I believe there's something wrong with the audio filter. And let's see here. Filters. Oh, well, the filters are on. I don't know, I may have to Oh, okay. I may have to also look into my microphone because actually my microphone is. Oh wait, did I? Hold on. I may have. I may see what the problem is here. Because I've got the gain turned all the way up on my microphone. Oh. Sorry. Very loud. Game audio is very loud. Okay. To all the headphone users out there, now that you're deaf, I'm sorry about that. I have no way of previewing at the moment what you just heard. I just muted the game audio so that now hopefully your hearing will recover in the next 5 to 5 billion minutes. Also, I believe the composite mod is working, and I also believe that we can call this one done. And I suspect that I am going to blame this mod here for the accidental blowing out of eardrums, because I think there was something wrong with the audio level of this mod that AC's fixes. So yeah. What did you say? Yeah. All right. Well, if I do bring the Tandy Coco out to play, I will just remember that I need to preview the audio levels and or bring a pair of headphones down so I can plug headphones in to the the USB cable for my audio capture device is tangled up on my bench. If I had a pair of headphones down here that I could plug into it, I could have actually previewed the audio level from it, and I would have also had blown out eardrums. So yeah, cleaner, no yellow bar, better video, cooler running. What more could I ask for? So, all right. The Coco 2, I mean, it was done. I got the problems fixed with it last week, but now I can call it done. The case is sealed up, and I'm going to have fun with this someday. Oh, okay. I'll let you know, Curtis. Give a list of compatible keyboard games. Yep, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, hey, 1-bit. Oh, yes, I would be interested in your software audio mixing setup. Yes. Maybe we can get together sometime. Or you can walk me through it. Yes. I would be interested. But for now, it's time to put something else on the workbench, because this is a work stream. But it's back together. And if I lose the RF modulator for it, well, oops. But yeah, all right. A project that is actually back together, and I don't feel obligated to pull it apart. And hopefully I'll just remember the rattling noise inside is the original processor that you can't see. So let me go grab, I think I'm going to go grab the Atari 400. I don't know if I can fix it tonight, but I do need to know what the problem is so I can fix it later. But Jeremy would probably point out, it's Atari. So it's only fair that I pull the Atari out. So last time I looked at the Atari 400. Oh, cool. 2 more 6309 enhanced games. Awesome. All right, so last time I had the Atari 400 out, everyone made fun of its keyboard. This keyboard is flat. Believe it or not, this keyboard has a better feel to it than the ZX80 clone that I have, which has absolutely no keyboard feel at all. Joe says junk Atari. Alright, so last time I looked at the Atari 400. I got it back together, all to discover that the composite mod is not working correctly. So I think I can plug it into my capture device, maybe. Oh. Well, actually, first, I'm going to do the sensible thing. So, I did the mod from the Brewing Academy, and so it's actually, I have a composite and an S-Video mod, and then with audio out. So, the keyboard looks atrocious. I think that keyboard makes the Apple design keyboard look like a saint. Because we all know how people just love the Apple design keyboard. So, before I plug this in, just you can take my word for it at the moment. The composite video out was extremely noisy, and I kind of think I have probably have a wire that is grounding. I suspect my composite mod wire is touching something it shouldn't be inside the RF shield. The RF shield of... Okay, on the Tandy Coco 2, I could have trashed the RF shield. But for the Atari 400 and 800 for that matter, the RF shield is actually part of the cartridge mechanism, and yeah, you can't remove it lest you can't use the machine. So anyways. Also, I think luckily I only put like 2 screws in this. Yes, you will probably notice that... Oh, there was also one other thing I did that I probably didn't make a big deal about on the last live stream I looked at this, but anyone probably thinking, how am I going to get the video and S-Video and audio cable out of the case, probably realized that I should have put the cables through the hole in the bottom of the case where the RF cable usually goes, and then ran them through the hole I drilled in the RF shield, so that because those plugs are all too big for the original hole. So, yeah, I goofed there too. But I didn't have to point that out last time because, well, the composite output was bad. Okay, so I guess because you're going to see various things as I take this apart. So this mod here has to do with the 48K RAM upgrade I have in here. This runs a couple of extra signals between the cartridge slot and the RAM board. Basically, I think these are the signals needed to allow it to use a RAM or that address space for cartridges. So that's what those wires are. Those are not normally on an Atari 400. All right. So here's what we got. And I'm hoping that it will be something obvious and that I'll be able to fix it. So here's the 48K RAM board that's just off camera. This is the original CPU board. So this is the audio mod. So this allows me to have audio out, and it also, this preserves the ability to have audio come in from the SIO port, I believe. And then this is the composite and S-video mod. It plugs in place of the whatever the chip is that goes here. I think the reason why the video output was bad is because I think I've got some wires touching where they shouldn't be, but I'm actually wanted to unplug. Well, maybe I don't want to unplug that mod completely. Probably will have to clip my zip tie though. All right. But I thought that actually, that might actually be it right there. Let me follow the wires. Oh yeah, that probably is it. It would appear as if I have okay, it's very hard to see. I'll probably have to, I don't think I can really show it. But there's one wire strand in the, I don't know how in the world I did that, but apparently it looks like when I zip tied the wires, I apparently broke all but one of the copper strands on the wire going into the composite video output. So, okay, I think I can actually fix this tonight. If that really is the problem, that the composite video out had only one strand of wire going into it, that probably would explain the very awful quality of the picture. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure enough. I think now that I clipped the zip tie, it's probably more obvious, but there we go. There, that right there was all that was in the, still connected to the, yeah, that's all that was still connected to the wire. Yes, RF signals, composite signals do require just a little bit more wire than that to actually conduct enough of a signal to look good. So, hey, micro hobbyist. Oh, and good night. Glad you could join us. So, yeah, the Atari keyboard, the Atari 400 keyboard is definitely atrocious. I will agree with that. I don't necessarily want to give everything of other people away, but I believe as they get to it, there is someone in the community that is working to maybe make the Atari 400 experience slightly better. And as a reminder to someone watching, yes, I've already agreed to beta test. That person who asked me and might have forgotten knows who they are, and they know exactly what I'm talking about, hopefully. And if they have any doubts that I'm talking about the thing that they think I'm talking about, then they can Discord me. All right. Well, I was going to remove these anyways so that I could run the wires through the case. Anyways, let's take a look at all the copper wire strands that are going to fall out of this mod board. Hopefully. Well, if I can get them to fall out without shorting things on the board. Yeah, I will not, I will hopefully rectify the, oh, wow. Actually, okay. It also might be that there weren't many wire strands on that cable. Oh, there we go. So it's hard to see. Let me see if I can move the silicon mat to where they fell out. So there's all the little copper wire strands that fell out of that port. So there's the one where I tried to twist them together and a couple others, and now I think they're all out. So hopefully I'll be able to get the wire in. Yes, Thomas is saying there used to be a very nice Atari 400 aftermarket keyboard. I don't know where they've all gone. I have seen pictures of them. But back in the day, even, there was a company that made keyboards for the Atari 400, so... So if someone made it back in the day, I mean, theoretically... Dot, dot, dot. Alright. Alright, so, let me... I'm going to remove these from the grommet, because I need to repair the wires. And I'm going to see if I can't make them so that they're not so fragile. And then hopefully I will be able to find the photo on my phone that I know I have, but I took it several weeks ago, so I'll have to scroll a little bit. All right. So this is the S video cable, I believe. And we've got a green and a red wire, and so those stayed intact. And then this is the ground for it. The ground and the shield. I twisted them together. I think what I may do is put a little... I think I'll tin the ends of these so that the wires have a little bit extra to clamp onto. So this wire I think's fine. I don't need to do anything with that. Where that plugs into the connector, I'm not as worried about that one. It's this one here, because I spared no expense on the composite, or the cable for the audio and video. I mean, I spared no expense at all. And by spared no expense, I mean, this totally came from the thrift shop. It was one of those cheap... Actually, it's probably one of those cheap 3.5 millimeter to RF cables. So what I need to do is... So this here is the ground for both of the audio and video cable. The audio cable plugs into a little header, so that's why I've soldered on a nice little header wire here. Unfortunately, I think I should have stripped these back just a little bit more, especially since you can see that's exactly why the composite didn't work. It broke. So... I mean, partly I kind of had thought to myself, well, do I really need the composite video out? Or would I be just as happy to only put S-video on it? But then I realized that I need the composite out because I don't have many things that have S-video in. So the answer pretty much boils down to, yeah, I do need the RF. Honestly, there was one other thought I had, and I'm actually, now that I know what the problem is, I'm tempted to do it. It'll mean I'll have to set the Atari 400 to the side again. I was tempted to order a better cable to install in it. In fact, I was almost tempted to see if I could find a DIN cable that would have the output like the Atari or the Commodore used or something like that. All right, I think that's what I'm going to do. Now that I know what the problem is, and I've confirmed that the only problem was I broke the cable off inside. And I wasn't really happy with the quality of these cables anyways. I mean, the S-video cable's fine. I might still use it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to find some better cables to install in it. Maybe something that's just a little higher quality than just a cheap generic cable. And maybe, because it would help for the capture device, maybe instead of using the male ends, maybe I'll put the female ends on, so then I can just plug it into the cable that I already have for my capture device. Or maybe a DIN cable. I don't know. I'm gonna decide. I think though, now that I know, the problem is I didn't break the composite mod. I broke the cable. I wasn't really crazy over the cable. I'm gonna get a new cable. Okay. It's decided. I'm going to find a slightly better cable, and then I'll continue the mod once I've done that. So, all right, I know, probably disappointing. I'm not going to put the Atari 400 back together tonight, but executive decision. I wasn't really crazy over the cable. To fix it, I'm going to have to make it even shorter, so... Granted, not by much, but I am going to have to shorten it. So I'm just going to take the opportunity to get another cable. Now, I guess maybe one thing you could, if you want to offer it in the chat, or if you're watching this later in the comment, do you think I should maybe put a DIN plug on the end? So I'd just use like a Commodore cable. That would be handy. Or maybe the female end, so I'd be able to plug in the composite or S-video cable into that, and maybe just have a fairly short lead on the back. I mean, I kind of like that just because it keeps it a little tidier. Or would you actually put it so you just plug it straight into your composite and audio in, much like you would have back in the day, plugged it straight into your RF input output? So, comment or chat, and as I decide what cable I want to use instead of these kind of cheap ones. And the thing is, I'm not going to put monster cables. I'm not going to go that crazy, even if I do get the monster cable at the thrift shop. Oh, and if you ever see me with a monster cable, it probably did come from the thrift shop. Because actually, I think I did have a monster cable out a moment ago. Yeah, and it came from the thrift shop. And it didn't cost any extra. So, yeah, let me know in the comments or the chat, and I'll ponder them, and it'll help me decide what cable to ultimately go with. But I'm going to take the opportunity if I broke the cable to get one I'll be happy with. And the really cool thing is, even though I'll be on vacation next week, that's not to say I won't be at a thrift shop where I might be able to find a slightly better cable while I'm there. Oh, hey, Sean. Welcome. Glad you're doing okay. The 1/8 mini video jack. Oh, actually, Thomas, that's not a bad idea to put that. Kind of much like the Atari or the Coco mod I just did. Doing better today. All right, that's good to hear. All right. All right. Hold, please. I gotta remember where I put the parts. Oh, there they are. I'm pretty sure that's the box they're in. Oh, yeah. Yep. Wait a minute. That's not them. Oh, wait. That is them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, oh, we have the same wire strippers. Yeah. I don't remember where I got them, but it wasn't eBay. Okay, so the next project. Oh, that's right. Well, I already have the power supply on the bench, so we're gonna go with that. All right. The 286 won't take that long to test, anyways. All right, so I have a. Yeah, Thomas, I think I know which plugs you're talking about, but if you want to, like, maybe Discord me a picture or something, that might also then remind me, because that's actually not a bad idea. I think I know what you're talking about. All right, so no, Jeremy, or Sean, that's my really bad screw organization system. I don't recommend playing screw pong because, yeah, probably want to put the screws in the proper order, not in the order in which you throw ping pong balls into them. So this is the power supply from the AT cased computer that I got at VCF East. I think I was calling this the trademark quality power supply because all the caps are TM brand, which I was making fun of meant trademark. So, Anyways, the power supply works, but I think the voltages were just like a little bit low. So I thought I would recap it because these are like no name caps. I mean, I figured it, well, I mean, it could actually hurt a lot to recap it. But I figured it might help with the voltage regulation. I also, as you might suspect, because I had the Noctua fan sitting on the bench, I have a nice Noctua fan to replace this noisy fan because I was going to use this case for my sleeper system. And I mean, I think we can maybe go with like slightly less loud fan noises. But anyways, I've had the capacitors for a while now, and I've just been putting off recapping it. But it's finally time to do it because if I am going to actually put something in that case, especially if I put some of the things I've thought of in it, because you might know if you watched a previous live stream, I did put the 486 in a different case. But I have some other things that I might put in this case, and if that I do, I definitely need it recapped because I need to overcome the old caps. All right, so I'm trying to remove this board. There we go. Oh, there we go. Thomas just gave me a part number. All right, I'm copying that now. And let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's about what I thought you were talking about. Cool. All right. Anyways, I think this is hopefully just going to be a simple recap, and then I'll test it with the. I'll pick a random board, and then we'll go from there. I don't know if I'll have time to actually start to walk through the potential next build. I'm actually kind of concerned I might not be able to use it because this is only like a 200-watt power supply or something like that. And it's possible that the thing I've thought of putting in here next might need slightly more current. Although maybe without using a real hard drive that might work. Anyways, so let me just double check here that I have all the caps that I think I do. So, all right. So there's one. Two. Okay, those are the high voltage caps. And let's see, there's those ones. And those ones. And let's see here. Actually, all right, I believe those are all there. Let me just double check. Oh, Thomas just sent me the project. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, let me just double check. So these should be the 2 high voltage caps here. Wow, those are actually pretty heavy. So those 2, got those. 220, 25 volts. That's weird. Oh, these must not be 5 identical caps. Okay. Okay. Those, okay. I think I do have all of them here. Alright. There is no recapping guide for this power supply. I am not creating a recapping guide for this power supply because I don't know how common this power supply was. I don't know how uncommon this power supply was. As far as I know, it's the cheap clone power supply that they made one of and laughed all the way knowing that I would get it in the future. Probably not that, but this power supply is for a computer that I bought at VCF East for $50 that had a 486 in it, and I've since pulled the 486 board out of it and actually then found a different 486 board. But it's an AT, it's like an AT clone case. So yeah, it's an AT clone case. I was going to put my 486 in it, calling it my sleeper 486. But I put the 486 in a mini tower. And then I was going to build another 486, but I think I'm going to put that in a different desktop case. So I'm actually tempted to put a Pentium system in this case. But I'm actually not sure a 200 watt power supply is enough for the Pentium system. It might be if I use a compact flash card, because then I don't have the strain on the motor, but it would be pushing it, so I may not be able to do that. So all right, but because there is no recapping guide, I am going to do these like one value at a time. Oh, Gutbomb says he's got a 230 watt. It is Pentium 200 MMX with an S3 Verge and a Voodoo 2. Okay, well then maybe a 200 watt, because I wasn't going to put a Voodoo. I mean, I was going to have an S3 in it, but I also wasn't going to use a Pentium 200 MMX. So, okay. It's, I guess I'll say it is a potential still for using it. All right, Sean's saying I should use at least a 400 watt. So yeah, which means I probably will move one of my 486 boards into this case as I originally planned. So that I can put the Pentium in the mini tower. Because I can get a... Because the thing is, for this AT case, I want the side chunk power switch. I mean, sure, I could maybe embed a power supply inside this power supply, but, well, I've had the parts to recap this for quite a while. If recapping this supply makes the voltages at a level I like, then I'm going to use this supply. And if recapping it doesn't, then maybe I'll embed a power supply inside of it. Because, I mean, using an AT clone case for a late Pentium system does provide many challenges, and, well, power supply is one of them. Yeah, Thomas says he uses a 65 watt in his 5150, but yeah, 5150 didn't need much power. Oh fun, oh joy. Okay. Yeah, okay, Sean's saying you would personally not go under 300 watts and recommended the 400 watt. Alright, well, I may shuffle some things around cases. Maybe this AT case may very well get a 486 after all. Which is definitely doable in 200 watts. Okay. Oh, that's why these caps weren't coming off. There's glue under them. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, okay. That was glue. All right. Okay, that one I'm not quite as sure about because of this lovely mess here. That might just be old flux residue, but that looks ugly. All right, let me get the... I'm going to clean the board as I go. Remember, folks, that 4 out of 5 dentists do not recommend using the same toothbrush for cleaning boards and brushing your teeth. The 5th dentist was out golfing and could not be reached for comment. Oh, ouch. Yeah, Thomas was asking how much it would cost to have something shipped to the States. Because apparently the company wants like $60 to ship it to Canada, and apparently it's free shipping to the States. Jesse says, Visit your dentist twice a day. Visit your toothbrush twice a year. Yeah, some dentists would love that arrangement. Then they could play more golf. Oh, wait, then they'd be... Actually, I don't know how dentists are in your all's areas, but my dentist's office has gotten to the point where they're scheduling out like every 9 months now, which is kind of ridiculous, but... Well, what can you do when you like your dentist's office? Well, I'd kind of like to get that glue off this board, but... There we go. Okay. Yeah, Jesse says they're still 6 months out by him, so... Okay, well, I guess at least in some areas... And I don't know, maybe it's just my dentist's offices. I mean, I know mine stopped taking new patients. Unless you're, like, related to a current patient. Which maybe is why they're still... maybe is why they're still, schedules seem to be slipping, because... Their current patients have more children, and then they have more patients. Yeah, I know they're definitely not seeing new patients, so... Alright. Anyways. So, for these two capacitors... So, the old capacitors are TM brand, if that was even an actual brand. 330 microfarad, 200 working volts. The new capacitors are actually slightly larger, although I think they are larger, but I think they're lighter, or they might be the same weight, but they don't feel as heavy because they're larger. They are United Chemicom, 105 degrees C rated, so those are only 85 C rated. 400 volt, 330 microfarad. So these are actually going to be good if I ever plug this into 220 volts. For whatever reason, I don't know why I would be, but I guess if I ever gave this away to someone who lived in a country that used 220 or 240 volts, well, I wouldn't be afraid that the power supply is just going to melt down. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. All right. So I got the one now, because the stripe is negative on electrolytics. I just about put one of those on backwards. That would have not been a fun test. So, Jeremy, are you looking for 18 pin sockets, did you say? $18 pin. Okay. I will file that for slightly future reference. Oh, you need, you just need 3? Ah, okay. Filing for slightly future reference. I will, I will see if maybe I can give you a 4th option that might be better. But I'll have to check my stock. If you said 16 pins, I would be telling you that $1.20 plus shipping, and I could put them in the mail for you tomorrow. But 18 pins, I'll have to check. Ah. Well, I mean, I can still see if I could give you a better deal than those 3 deals. Because there are some socket types that I bought in quantity, and I could pass those savings along. Because I won't be paying eBay fees. I'll put it that way. But I'll have to check my stock. I may actually not have enough 18-pin sockets. Yeah, 16-pin sockets, I just ordered a whole bunch from Jamco. Because I ordered a whole bunch of 4164 memories. Which, I guess, probably real soon now, I'll probably offer, may start offering some repair services. Alright, that's a 470 25 ohm. I don't know if I can figure out which the 2 pins it is. Oh, yeah, you might check Jamco. Although, Jeremy, the thing is with Jamco, they've got a $20 minimum. But the sockets are probably, I mean, depending on what you're doing, you might have other parts you need, so maybe their $20 minimum is not a big deal. Their socket prices, though, are really competitive, and I like their sockets. In fact, those 120 sockets I bought were from Jamco. They're the nice low-profile ones that fit in things like Apple IIcs under the floppy drive. Oh yeah, if you're buying sockets from Jamco, I mean, Jamco actually has like a minimum number they'll let you order at a time. I think I forget, yeah. $50 sockets for $15. That's actually a pretty good deal. I bought the 120 16-pin sockets, and I want to say that 120 was their price break, which meant they were like 12 cents a piece. So it was like $24 or something like that for 120. The low-profile 16-pin sockets or something like that. It was a good enough deal. I went ahead and said, okay, I'll go ahead and go for it. And also, I also recently bought 141 64s. The bad news is it was from eBay, but the good news is it's actually a seller I'd bought those same memory chips from before, so I knew it was actually a legit deal. I mean, okay, for all the times I say that I buy things I later regret on eBay, I do buy things on eBay I don't regret. So it just seems as if those don't happen as often. All right, so this was a 470 microfarad 25 volt. So I just have to find the correct. Well, it's definitely not going to be that. Those are like tiny. Oh, I think it might be these, because these I think are 470s. There we go. Oh yeah, Thomas says he gets his old RAM from arcade machine vendors. I don't know exactly what I got these RAMs. It was from, actually, Jeremy had pointed the seller out to me at one point. It was actually when I was working on his 2C. And that's probably one of the first Apples I'll probably say I'll be willing to work on, but for like RAM issues. Because unfortunately with the 2C, there's a lot of issues that there's some custom chips I don't have replacements for. Although I do know where I could get keyboard encoders, so that wouldn't be a problem. The VIC-20 uses 2114 RAM. Ooh. Oh, the 2114s. Those are, Thomas says get 2114s from arcade vendors. All right. Also, once as I replace these, I may actually, you know, I have the technology. I should probably do it. So as I replace these, I'm going to actually test them to see if they were bad or not. So I guess let me go ahead and start with the big ones here. Oh. That's actually, that one was right on spec. So this tester, if you hear that little 2 chime, that's good component. Had a nice low ESR. This one had some gunk on it. Ah, that one was on spec. Okay. Yeah, I suspected these were fine. Thomas also says he gets used PC boards for 4164s. Yeah, I think the ones I got are from someone that just had new old stock. And the cool thing is they're national brand, so they're decent. But yeah, I've thought about starting to offer some repair services. Oh, this cap was okay. But anyways, yeah, I realized that if I was going to do that, I need to have parts on hand. But, alright, I guess let me go ahead and get these 2 here. I think these 2 are the same value. Yeah, they're 4.750s, so... Well, maybe Apple IIcs aren't computers that I can necessarily fix every problem with. I could probably at least fix memory problems on them, and... And who knows, I might even keep a keyboard encoder or 2 on hand for just such an occasion. And I know, at least on Jeremy's, I even did the serial mod that Apple eventually started doing to... Actually, I think it was a mod that they would do for free. Oh, that was not the 2 leads of the capacitor. Oh, that's probably... All right, so got that out. So, yeah, you don't want to probably, yeah, eBay prices for 2114s is, I mean, Jamco has some, and they're even just a bit on the pricey side. Because I think they charge like, at least last time I looked, I think they were like $7 a piece there. I mean, ask me how I know. Hashtag. I do have a ZX 80 clone that I think has bad RAM. Alright, so these are both 4.750s. Alright. Tester says... Oh, they're $8 now. Okay. I think they were $7 when I ordered mine. Ooh, okay. Only got one ding, so this one is an OK cap. I think the dings are based on the... I mean, it doesn't know what the value of the cap is, but it's, yeah, based on the ESR. Yeah, I just went to his link, but I'm also repairing a board, so I'll look at it momentarily. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, now I get it. When Thomas says, check arcade parts, he's not referring to a place that sells arcade parts. He's referring to arcade parts. I didn't realize there was such a... I didn't realize there was a place that was actually called Arcade Parts. Well, if only I hadn't ordered the 2114s, but maybe I will... Maybe that's something, part I'll get some stock of just so I can repair other computers. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm currently looking for my 4.750s, and I believe the reason I can't find them is because I think that was one of the values that was in two different power supplies, and I probably filed the caps in the wrong box when I was done with the first one. Luckily, I knocked over the box the other day, and oh, actually that wasn't the box I knocked over. Alright, hold one moment. I know I've got them, because I ordered all the caps for this board. Alright. Okay, I just have to remember what I did with the... I just have to remember what I did with the caps. Okay, those would not be them. Those are what I had out for... Did I really not put them in here? Okay. Is that? Oh, oh yeah. I keep dropping bubble wrap on the floor. Sorry about that. The problem when everything gets shipped in it, and you manage to drop a piece in the worst possible place. Oh, maybe this is them. Okay, I think I might have found them. Nope, never mind. I just found the .47s. That I have no idea what I ordered this for. That's a weird thing. Okay. This is called I Know I Ordered Them, and I wanted to recap the entire board. So I just have to figure out where I moved the capacitors to that were actually sitting on my workbench the other day, and I cleaned it up. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'll come back to those, which I'll probably regret because I'll forget to put them on and then wonder why it doesn't work. Um, all right. Let me take one last look at these caps in this bag. All right. It's not those. Those are 16-volt ones. Okay, those are 2.2s. Oh, okay. Maybe I did just find the ones I was looking for. All right. 8.2s. 100. 10. 470. All right. Well, these are the caps I ordered. I left the packing list with them, so let me double check. Did I actually order those caps? No. 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 Oh. Well, that's... Oh. Actually, that packing list doesn't go with these caps. Okay. So, apparently... either I didn't order those two caps for whatever reason. Oh, hey, Madison. I'm trying to figure out where two of the caps I thought I ordered went. Or it's possible I ordered these several months ago. I realized I had those on hand for something else. Just decided I was going to use the ones I had on hand. Time elapses. I then forgot my plan, and now I'm looking for caps I never ordered. Bet you've never done that before. .7 microfarad, 50 volts. It seems like a value I should have. All right, let me do one last check. Let me go to Mauser's website. Let me go log in. And then let me search for 4.7 microfarad 50 volt capacitors and wait till it shows me one that I've already ordered. And then maybe that'll remind me what I'm looking for. Capacitors. Aluminum electrolytic. Alright, so I'm looking for 4.7 microfarad, probably 50 volts, 5 filters, it's going to be a radial cap, and now let's just see if it tells me any of these caps are a previous purchase. There it is. I am looking for a Rubicon cap. 50 XM 50Y. Okay. Smudge on my safety glasses. 50 YXM 4R7. It was a previous purchase. All right. So I am looking for a Rubicon cap. All right, let me go to my order history. Let me go search my order history for that cap. Ah, okay. Now I know why I can't find it. This was a value of cap that was in both power supplies that I ordered caps for. And I suspect what I've done, even though I thought I put the common caps back in the box, I either missed that one when I did that, or the box fell over and I dumped it out on the floor. Bet you've never done that before. And I know this whole time someone's writing down potential bingo squares. Searches for cap ordered, figures out it was in very close proximity the whole time. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Although, knowing I'm looking for a Rubicon cap does help. Having the part number actually really helps. Knowing where the box was for most of the intervening period also helps, but not as much. Alright. Giving it one last look now that I do know that I did have the cap and that wherever I put the leftover caps is probably where it's at. Actually, I thought oh, they're not in that box. This is why I don't clean my workbench very often, because then I inevitably put something away that I misfiled, and in this case, I meant to file it with the box of caps for this power supply, and inevitably I filed it as, oh, these are spare parts. All right. All right, giving it one last look. Here's a few. hold on. That's embarrassing. Found them. They were sitting in the bottom of the AT case the whole time. I know someone's got to have Justin Livestream bingo by now. Yes, I found the caps. And I already promptly dropped one on the floor. Well, that's why I buy extras. I'll retrieve it off the floor later. Yeah, I didn't put it in the box with the rest of the caps. I put it in the bottom of the AT case. Go figure. Bet you've never done something like that. Yeah, I'll definitely remember that I put it in the bottom of the case where none of the other capacitors were actually located. There we go. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, so I have replaced five caps. Oh, I only have 7 to go, I think. Okay, that's cool. All right, well, let me go ahead and get I think it's this one right here. Maybe not. Oh, or maybe it is and the cap is just glued. All right, but I think there's another cap beside it that it is glued to. So I might as well get it out too. And I think it's that there. There we go. Yep. All right. Yes, they are glued together. Or, well, they were glued together. They were also glued to the PCB. There we go. All right, so C18, the smaller cap, is the 220 microfarad 25 volt. And then the larger one, which is a really light, this cap I could like, this is a really light cap. 1000 microfarad 60 volt. All right. So let me see here. Oh, and the tester. We gotta test it. Test all the caps. Alright, so let's go for the smaller one here. Is this the first one I tried to remove? $214. Yep, that one's in spec. Remember though, just because it's reading in spec doesn't mean it's necessarily performing. Well, that one's in spec too. It's incredibly cheap feeling capacitor though. I bet the replacement I got for this one is heavier than the one it is replacing. Okay, so I think I've installed all those. This is the 47025. All right, so that is going to be the. Okay, so I believe for the replacement. Oh, okay, that's not the right one. 22025. All right. All right, so for the 22025, I went with Nichicon. Oh, let me see if I can't get a little of that glue off first. I don't think this is the type that turns conductive when it gets wet, but just the same, if I can get some of it off, I'm going to do it. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's the smaller cap. And, all right. And then the larger cap was 1016. And okay. And I went ahead and I got a 1025. I went up a voltage rating because I was not totally convinced that this cap wasn't on a that's weird. All right, I gotta put this smaller one on first because I gotta push a. Apparently, that larger cap, the lead broke on it. Kind of weird. All right, there we go. That looks. All right. All right, so let me get a. Let me see if I got a. Oh, night, Joe. All right, so I got a. that's the one that has... Oh, nope, that's the one... Whoa. Oh. All right. Oh. All right, I want to check the power wires because I just might have melted some of them. All right. Trying to get a soldering needle down the via that had something in it. Well, this might be the power supply recap that goes sideways. Alright, well, at least I got the cap in. Alright, let me check and see what I did to the wires. Or maybe, just maybe, I caught the problem before I did any real damage. Okay. Okay, maybe I didn't actually melt wires. Alright. Okay, I've got 5 more caps to go. So I went with 25 volts for this one because I thought it was probably on a 12 volt rail, and I was just trying to make sure they had a... I kind of wanted to make sure it was plenty well rated for the size circuit it was on. Alright, so these 5 caps are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Alright, so... Okay, so... It's a 220... Or, that's a 2216. And a 2216. Oh wow, these are really light caps. Also, I'm probably not going to be able to do anything for the glue that was under there, but... Oh. That's right. These are 2200... 25s. And then all right, hold. Let's see here. All right, let me go and remove these other three because one of them is a different value, I believe, but I can't tell which one it is. When I find that different value one, I will go ahead and replace it right away. Oh, that is a 2210. All right. That is a 2210. And actually, I think all three of these are on the same rail. And this one's a 2210. Okay. So I have three 2210s and two 2216s. And I ordered four 2225s. Well, that seems like a silly mistake. All right, let me see what I wrote down on my piece of paper when I recorded the number of caps. Okay, let me look at those caps again. Okay. That's 2210. $2,206. Okay. I see what I did. On the piece of paper I was using to write down what caps I needed, I wrote down that the caps on the 12-volt rail were 220, probably because I was having trouble reading what the caps said, because I was trying to read them. But in reality, here's the three that were on the 5-volt rail. I have the correct thing written down on my piece of paper for them. And then these are the two that were on the 12-volt rail. And I have written down that they're 220. So that is why I have 4 2225s. Because I think I'm going to find that I have, yep. There's the 220, yep, okay. Justin goofed. Yep, I'm short a cap. No, Thomas, the problem is I ordered 220. No, these are the ones that were on the... So these are the ones... Those are 2200s. And yeah, all 5 of these caps are 2200 microfarad. I mistakenly wrote down that 2 of them were 220 when I first looked at this power supply to recap it. Yeah. Well, that would... Well, I have a 220-35, but it will drive me crazy to have a cap that doesn't match the others. Plus, I'm not sure it'll fit, because it's actually physically larger than the caps it was replacing. Oh, well, maybe it will fit. Alright, I guess I'll bury it in between the others, and no one will ever know, and I'll eventually forget. Yeah, never look at the caps again. Yep, okay. Good advice. I'll eventually forget. I mean, I guess at least I'm glad I had a 35 left over from... Because actually that 35 was for the other power supply. I just don't normally like to go from 10 to 35. Actually, I'm not going to get that glue out of there. I'm just going to forget about the glue. All right. It's not the kind of glue that's conductive. I guess on the bright side, the mistake wasn't like... Well, I mean, I usually order 1 extra than what I think I'll need, so that's why I had 4 of the ones I was going to put on the 5-volt rail. hey, Dave. Alright, let me just do it. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing because I... There we go. Alright. Alright, well, I put the mismatched capacitor in between these other two, so... If someone in the future ever grades my work, maybe they'll just think, oh, that, they laid the capacitors out weird. Okay, well, there's at least those. I presume they're low ripple. I mean, I try to... I do try to go for low ripple and all the other good stuff. Sometimes for larger caps, it's harder to do. Although at least they're not like super high voltage. But that's also why I don't usually like to go up that many voltage jumps, because the higher the voltage, the larger the ripple usually. Although still 35 volts is probably going to be fairly reasonable in these caps. And the thing is, these caps quite possibly are lower ripple than whatever cheap caps these no name, or as I was calling them, trademark brand, because there is no brand. They just said TM. I'm sure maybe they might have been going for, like, I don't know, Toshiba Manufacturing, or we'll call them TM. Maybe they'll think they're Toshiba capacitors or some other brand. Oh, well, that one cap is, that's... Why is it not even... Alright, well, okay. It must be the glue. Alright. Alright. The caps are in. I'll test those 2200s I just pulled out in a moment. But first, I want to see if I can get some of this excess factory flux off the board. I mean, I would be tempted to ultrasonically clean this board, but I don't think this board is really a high enough quality board that it would survive a ultrasonic cleaning without the solder mask just coming off in droves. In fact, I think excess flux is probably the gunk I saw on the top side of this board. I think they fluxed this for original manufacturing and then just, like, left it all. Under the theory of we can charge less if we skip important steps like board cleaning. We cut out the middle steps to pass the savings on to you. Our trademark quality is so good, we don't need no stinking clean boards. Guess maybe we should be glad they didn't make this a build-your-own power supply kit. Or maybe this was a build-your-own power supply kit, and that's why there's all this flux on the board. All right. Let me see if I got another toothbrush. Hold on. Actually, here we go. There we go. Alright, and let me see. There are a few spots on this board that had flux and other residue on the top side. You know, maybe I will dare to ultrasonically clean this board because there is something on it. Maybe it's just more of that original flux. Maybe it's something I really don't want to leave on the board. Alright. Don't worry. If I do, I am going to attempt to test this. If I ultrasonically clean it, I'll do it. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. Or I won't get to it tomorrow, and it'll be sitting on my bench for next week, and then I'll get back and just do it during Dave's stream the following Sunday, because it'll be on my bench. I'll be like, okay, I got to get this thing back together. Let me let the alcohol evaporate off so I can actually plug it in and try it and see how good or bad it is. But let me test these last few caps, because for science. Alright, so this was on one of the 5-volt ones. And it seems to test good, although these are like really lightweight caps. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't explode. That's for sure. Well, that one seems to be good. Yep, that one's good. Oh, wait a minute. Hey! There was a bad cap on the board. It was one of the ones on the 12-volt rail. Oh yeah, actually it does look like it had leaked. Alright, so at least one of the 12-volt caps was actually bad. Actually, that might explain things. Because I think this board only had 2 caps on the 12-volt rail. 10... 16, 16... Yeah, and the one is bad. It actually, yeah, Jesse just says it only takes one, yeah. And the 12-volt one, rail is the one that I really wasn't happy with how well it seemed to be behaving, so. Alright, well, I guess I'll, fingers crossed. Alright. Alright, we'll test it with the original fan. Alright. Thought I'd blow a little bit of the dust out of the bottom. A clean power supply is a happy power supply. Alright, so let me put the high quality board spacer back in. Alright, so I believe this went this way. All the cables come out there. That It's that way. Okay, that's the voltage switch. This should be the... No, that's not the fan connector. Let me plug this back in, because that's the incoming AC power. There's that. Alright, I will plug the fan back in. Alright. Let me get my sacrificial hard drives. How about a quantum Bigfoot? And oh wait, that hard drive actually, that's a good hard drive. Oh, here we go. This one will work. It's the science experiment from Dave's stream. It's also a quantum. If anyone notices a trend here, I have nothing against quantum drives that work. These are not those drives. Alright. And I have my not a Kaiweets meter. I will put it in DC mode. I will plug it into one of the spare test leads. I am going to flip the power supply on. I am going to plug it into a smart outlet that is off. Remember, kids, power supplies are for authorized personnel only. I am a trained professional. Do not attempt unless you know what you're doing. I am not responsible for lost, late, or misdirected electrons into your body. There's also a chance this will make pretty colors and smells. All right. Powering on in 3, 2, 1. Well, that's good. All right. So 5 volts we have. 5 volts. Very nice. For 12 volts, we have does require the 11.4 volts. Well, that is kind of low. Well, I guess I'll let it run for a minute or two and while I stare and ponder at it. It is possible. Trying to look to see if there's like an adjustment. I don't remember seeing an adjustment. Although I guess one thing we could do is we can check the ripple. Nope, this meter is not happy. Oh, actually, one of these drives may have not spun up. Oh! Oh, good night, Thomas. Welcome back, Madison. I am attempting to check voltages, and I think one of my test hard drives is actually not spinning up. Let me try power cycling. There might not be enough load on the 12-volt rail. Oh, there we go. I think the load on the 12-volt rail is too low. Because actually, let me power it off again, and you can see what it did. So when it first powered up, we were at 11 volts, but then the second drive started spinning up, and we got to like 11.6. Then we dropped down to 11.4. I don't think there's enough load on the 12-volt rail. Let me pump it up. Let me see if I have a sacrificial motherboard. Oh, actually, this motherboard might work just well. It's one I attempted to repair and gave up on, but it will provide an additional load on the power supply. The board's not shorted. It just doesn't work, but it will load the power supply. All right. Well, I got to 11.75. And we're staying there. Okay. Oh, okay. It's probably a loading issue now at this point. I just need to give it enough of a load. But 11.73 is, I mean, maybe a little lower than I would normally like, but it is within spec. Excellent. Okay. I'd have to go back and watch one of the stream where I was looking at this to see what it was doing before recapping. But it's certainly I think an improved power supply. All right. I do realize the time. But I'm taking tomorrow off from work so that I can get ready for my trip to the beach. Because I've got to do a few little small things around the house before I leave. So I thought I would go just a little bit later tonight because I can. And also because I'm kind of, at the moment, still wired for sound. So I'm hoping that maybe I'll go a little longer. Hopefully I'll start to feel tired. And maybe I'll, well, fall asleep faster. Good night, Gut Bomb. Anyways, I think this power supply will... I mean, is it the best power supply? No, not really. Is it serviceable? Yeah, I think it's serviceable. I think it'll do just fine for the computer it's going in. Besides, this is probably the best of the 3 side switch AT power supplies that I have. Because I did buy 2 others on eBay, and they actually were, despite one being a DTK brand, which I thought might mean made better, I think that was actually the cheapest of them all. It seemed like it was built to a cost to last maybe the warranty period. I'm on Dave's stream Sunday. Probably not. I may pop in if I can, but I'll be at the beach. So I might stop in to say hi, but but I don't know what we're doing Sunday, so if I can, I'll pop in to say hi, but I don't know what the agenda is for Sunday. We may, although given the fact that we'll be basically in the car all day Saturday, I don't know, we may have a pretty lazy Sunday. Well, if I can get the screws out of this fan, I'll replace the fan. But no, I'm probably going to have to go get a socket. And I'm probably going to have to remove the board. Which means I'll just have to be careful because it was powered on and could still be holding a charge. Alright. Although I did leave it plugged in for a little bit to let it discharge. Let's just say I am assuming that those high voltage caps are still charged with high voltage. And we're going to sit this down on an insulated surface. Alright, let me go get a socket for getting this fan out. Luckily, I believe the Noctua fans include mounting hardware because I'm not going to reuse these fasteners. Alright. I mean, I don't think this fan was actually as loud as I thought it was, but I'm still going to replace it because wanting to put a 486 in this computer, I kind of would like a little better airflow. Alright, so hopefully now that I got a socket on the nut, There we go. Alright, we'll catch you later, Sad Mac. I think at this point it's just, yeah, get this fan replaced. I mean, this fan is a little loud. I think more importantly, the Noctua will give a little better airflow. After all, a 486 will be putting a little bit more heat in the case than a 286 would have. So now, as far as what I'm going to put in the 486 with, in this case, I've got a GoTech, so I'll have a GoTech so I can install software from floppy images. I have a DVD ROM drive that I picked up on the way back from VCF East when I went thrifting. I stopped at a couple thrift shops on the way back from VCF East, so yeah, I know 486s aren't normally what I would consider putting a DVD drive in, but well, I got it cheaply, and the it'll match the rest of the drives, because like a lot of 286 clones in the day, I'm going to put black drives in the computer, so it'll be the beige case with black drives. I think it'll look pretty cool. It'll make it less obvious that it's like something special. I mean, I might try to pick up a CD-ROM drive with a black faceplate, but at the moment I'll just put the DVD drive that I have in it. It should still work as a CD drive. I guess it'd have the added benefit that it'll probably read burned discs. So, I have an entire box of disk drives. I was actually looking to see if I could get a black 5 1/4 inch drive, but that's high density, but I don't think they made many high density 5 1/4 inch drives in black. So I'd probably have to spray paint one, and I was like, no, the paint will wear off and it won't look right, so. Because I thought that would really sell the aesthetic of, oh, this is nothing special, because you'll see it, and there's a 5 1/4 inch drive in it, and ideally an optical drive that didn't really scream I'm a DVD drive. You power it up and you realize, oh, it's actually a kind of slightly souped up 486. Just when I thought you were actually just another AT clone, you are a 486 in disguise. As well, I like to keep things authentic. Well, this case is kind of one of those times where, well, it wasn't authentic when I got it. I don't know what it originally shipped with, but it certainly didn't have the original hardware in it. And back in the day, people did upgrade their... I mean, a number of times at the computer shop I worked at did upgrade people's 286s and 386s and 486s with... I guess, newer boards. So, I guess I am doing now what might have been done in the past. I'm just kind of maybe trying to keep it so it's not an obvious, blatant, newer system. So you might look at it and it's like, oh, that's just an old system. And powered up. Nope. It's a newer system. I mean, still old because it's retro, but not quite as old as you thought. All right. I am going to attempt to... Alright, if the Noctua fan didn't come with mounting hardware that'll work in this fan, I think I've got some fan screws, but I am not reusing these original mounting. These are like really cheap screws. Yeah, that screw for some reason just... I completely boogered it up. So the original fan is, luckily it is a 12-volt fan, as I suspected. It does have a different connector on it. So I am going to need to splice a... Alright, good night, Dave. I will pop in Sunday if I can. Remember, I am on vacation at the beach. I will pop in on Sunday if I can, though. Otherwise, I will see you for your Halloween stream. Found an old Gateway desktop. The PSU was rusty. Yeah, I've got... Oh! Alright, and on that disappointing note, I'll be ordering a different fan. Yes, what you just didn't see is I just realized that this power supply does not use an 80mm fan like I thought it does. Well, this is totally fine, though. I have another power supply that needs a fan, so... Well, I guess it gets a nice knock to a fan before this one does. Alright, so... I am going to replace this fan still. It's just not going to happen tonight. I probably should measure this fan so I can at least see what type of fan I need. Alright, let's see here. Alright, I guess let me... Well, I guess I did say I was thinking of ultrasonically cleaning this, so... Just to get all the flux off of it from the factory. Alright, well, there's that. I'm looking for my calipers, which I believe I did... Oh, there we go. There they are. Yeah, rusty power supplies are probably good to not use. Alright, so this is a... I'm going to guess this is actually a 92mm fan. Yep, it's a 92mm fan. Okay. Alright, well, Noctua makes 92mm fans, so I'll just have to order one of those. Alright, well. Alright, so what have I managed to get done tonight? Well, we got the Coco 2 all the way back together. So that was very awesome. I did determine that the Atari 400, the problem with the composite mod was I broke the cable putting it back together. So not quite that awesome. But awesome that it's an easier fix than I thought it might be, because I thought I might have actually broken something more significant. So I'm going to get a better video cable, because if I got to put it back together again, I'm gonna get a better video cable. Now that I know that it's a good mod. And I think it'll work better with a better video cable. I might, in fact, if I get a better video cable that has slightly thicker wires, I can actually put wire ferrules on the end of the wires, which will help putting them in the terminals and will reduce the chances that I just completely break the wires. So actually, it's probably for the best to get a better wire. And then for the power supply that is going in the AT clone case, it is recapped. I think once I actually put drives and a motherboard on it, it will have the proper load on the 12-volt rails. The 5-volt rails look great. The 12-volt rails, I think, are going to be good once they're properly loaded. That is usually the case on power supplies. The 12-volt rails usually require a minimum amount of load to be properly regulated. So I'm fairly sure that will be a self-correcting problem once I actually put a board on it. So yeah, Curtis says woohoo on the Coco 2. Yeah. So anyways, slight fail that I ordered the wrong Noctua fan for this power supply. I should have measured it. I assumed, well, I got what happens when you assume. Not to worry though, I have another power supply that needs a new fan, and it uses an 80mm fan, so... And in fact, actually, that particular power supply, the only problem with it is it needs a new fan and a little bit of a clean inside. It actually, I think it's new enough that it didn't look like it needed recap just yet. So actually, I guess I'll be able to get another AT supply up and running sooner. So anyways, yeah, I'll get a 92mm fan on order. Well, I mean, I'm not going to order it tonight because I won't be able to use it next week. But I'll get one order. I'll probably order it late next week. That way, it hopefully will come in early the following week. So maybe I can do more PC shenanigans, because actually December is coming up sooner than I expect. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, I guess so only was able to get one computer completely back together, but I'm going to say this was another successful repair stream. I may have not finished things, but at least I think overall things are less broken now than they were, so that's a win. I had hoped to get to my 286 board and try a 287 math coprocessor, but it's verging on, well, it's getting late, so I think I'm going to wind the stream down now. I'll just have to check that coprocessor out probably tomorrow, because I want to test it before it gets too long since I've received it, in case there's something wrong with it. So I may post a short or something about it if I get a chance. Anyways, great. So I guess final... Subscribe, turn on notifications, because you can see I've got plenty of cool computers that once they're fixed, we'll be exploring. My basement is actually not crooked. I constantly fight with this webcam. It's on top of a monitor, and it's also the angle. So I keep looking at my camera view, and I'm like, this looks crooked, but, well, with the field of angle of the lens, there's not much I can do. But yeah, subscribe, turn on notifications. Smash that like button, comment, share, do all the YouTube-y things. Because you don't want to miss my next live stream, which I have none scheduled for next week as a last reminder. Because I'll be at the beach. YouTubers do have to take vacations too. So My next scheduled stream, and I'm phrasing it that way, and a bug has decided to bug me. My next scheduled stream is the 31st. It is not to say that I won't find something incredibly cool and I do an impromptu live stream sometime next week. I have debugged the basement now. But I have no scheduled streams for next week. If I find shorts material, I'll do some shorts, but no scheduled streams next week. I'll be back on the 31st. Yes, I'm now starting to feel tired, so hopefully I will fall asleep quickly. And with that, I guess it's probably time for me to make sure I have my finger is in the correct spot. I'm glad everyone joined me tonight for the continued repair adventures. Take care, have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you here next time, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.